Hello, hello, good evening. How are we all? Hopefully you can hear me. Russ is having 40-degree heat and lots of fires over on the east side of Australia in Victoria. We had a fire actually really close to us about a week and a half ago. It was sort of not too far away. We live somewhat near some bushlands and some salt lakes, and there was a pretty big fire near us. Near some nature reserves, but luckily it was kind of blowing away from us and it looked a bit dicey for the area, but they kept it under control. But yes, I did see a map of Victoria, and there are lots of similarly angry fire dots on, so I hope everyone in Victoria stays cool and safe, especially if those who are near the fire. Russ says she's somewhat near the fire, so hopefully you can hear me okay, and I'm hoping the stream works well. Last session and the session before, we had some problems with the YouTube stream. YouTube dropped out a couple of times, so I've spent a lot of today fiddling with settings, and so hopefully things are better. There's ones to the south of us. Which way is the wind going? Hopefully you don't have to evacuate. So hopefully the stream is more stable. Hopefully it looks a bit better. At least on YouTube it might look a little better, hopefully. Hopefully, lots of hopefully. I've also fiddled with some sound level settings as well and put an extra noise gate on the microphone and a better EQ on the microphone. So with a bit of luck, it also sounds a bit better and a bit more balanced too. Russ says we're packed if we do. Cool. It's always good to be prepared. Hopefully it won't come to that. So, hopefully you can hear the music and you can hear me and you can hear the in-game sounds when we actually get some. It's pretty quiet in-game at the moment. So on the last episode, which was actually on a Saturday, sort of a bonus episode, we rushed off to the north to increase our power. So before we increased our power, the actual power capacity was sort of bumping on our orange line down here, which was not great. So we went and built a big new coal power station, and it's out in the middle of nowhere. So let's have a look at the map. So this is the grassy fields down here. We're building our home here, and this is the Blue Crater Lake here, which is where we're doing lots of factories. And so we traveled all the way up here north through the Titan Forest to the coast of the Dune Desert, and we built a nice little coal power station off the coast there to help us with power. Can hear you, music, not sure about game sounds. Cool, well we should hear some game sounds as we go. It's pretty quiet at the moment. These doggos are keen to say hello, so let's say, how are we going, doggos? I'm over here. Hey, oi. There we go, come on. Did I already talk to you guys recently? Yeah, it was probably at the last stream, and I don't think I've really done anything in the game since. Snowy, George and Timmy, I'm missing somebody. Well, if Snowy, George and Timmy don't have anything, I don't think Scratch would have much either. So today we're going back to the plastic and rubber factory, and we're going to be doing some architecture. We made a pretty decent floating platform functional factory, but now it's time to make it look like an actual reasonable, plausible factory. So similar to how our factory here has nice windows and supports and things like that.
Darkover says, morning.
Morning, Dippy, how's it going? And our steel factory kind of looks like a factory. I have no real style plans for this, other than sort of I've got layout ideas but not necessarily style ideas, so this is probably going to be a bit experimental. And we do have 2 train stations underneath here, so we may get to the point where we're doing some train logistics as well, depending on how we go for time. Just like you mean no plans? Hey, normally I have a general idea and plans, but not tonight, I was just trying to get the stream stable tonight, so that's been my focus today. So yeah, so basically in the center here we're going to be doing sort of a foyer area, sort of like we did over at the steel factory here. And then maybe break up these walls a bit because the walls are a bit solid. And then we need to do some sort of frontis piece on the front here where the trains go in and out. I'm tempted to actually rotate these back refineries so they're kind of in line with the center. I don't know really long term, because the idea is that we're going to add extra layers on top of this when we need more plastic and rubber later on. Need a bit more forward momentum. So this is the plastic and rubber factory. We've got plastic on this side, rubber on that side. Although it's set up so that we can reconfigure it if need be. We're using blueprints here. So up the back here we have a diluted fuel blueprint, which is making fuel efficiently. And we're using a packaged fuel loop here with 2 packages. So we package the water, goes into here, comes out as packaged fuel, then we take our fuel out. Then the next, up the front here, we have 2 more blueprints, which is actually making the recycled rubber and plastic. So we have, this one here is turning 30 plastic into 60 rubber. This one here is turning 30 rubber into 60 plastic. And this one here is also turning 30 rubber into 60 plastic. So because that one's outputting 60 rubber, and these 2 combined are taking in 60 rubber, we're getting out 120 plastic, but 30 of that plastic feeds back into that. So the net output is we get a 90 plastic per blueprint. So we get 180 this side, and we've got a similar setup the other side with rubber, using 180 rubber. And we've already filled our containers, so we're pretty much sending most of it, all the rest of it to the sink at the moment. So down here, now I do not know how many train platforms I'm going to need. In my past playthroughs, I usually do about 3 train platforms. I don't really get any longer than that. And for plastic and rubber, I've always traditionally just had 1 train for both. But this time I thought I'm going to try scaling it up a bit. And so I've made a separate train, 1 for plastic, 1 for rubber. And I've put in 4 train platforms per side. Now I don't know if we're going to need that much in the long term, but that's just kind of what's in place at the moment. But that's for the sort of the output for feeding other factories. In the middle here, we want to move those storages down here and have kind of a self-service sort of front area here. So I'm going to start with our good old storage blueprints. Now, we might also... Are we going to make anything else here? We might, because we could potentially make fabric here. And potentially packaged fuel? I'm trying to think how many we would need. What's the difference between the V2 and the V2L? I can't remember. Left. Okay, it's a left one. It's the only difference. Seems a little odd to have an entire separate one, just for a slightly different pillar arrangement. Yet there is one, yes. Now we can overlap these a bit, so that actually they're made to overlap. So let's move that across one. I've also realized that I don't have enough. We need an output for fabric. I guess it would be nice to show it. Trying to get the bit so that the wall lines up with the lion on the ground. There it would be there. Now we could go these lower, we could nudge them lower, because we do have space under here. Although it might be wise to leave this space here for possible future water extractors. So this is probably a good level to work from. Floor level would be there. Now these blueprints sort of protrude out quite a lot. Wondering if I want these move forward a bit. It depends where I want the front line here. I guess maybe I should put in a temporary front in front of the train station just to get an idea of where that would sit, because that might inform where I line the rest of it up. Train line might also kind of wrap around and come under here. I haven't decided if I'm going to return or maybe have a line out the back. Maybe we should do that first, because the train line is actually probably the hardest thing to get in the right spot because it's so big. Okay, so that lines up with that corner there. So as far as the front, that's in a good position. I don't think I have many angled bits on my bar. One. Oh, no, we don't want to loot those. Maybe we need to take those all the ways down. Again, this is far from final. I'm just kind of chucking stuff down and seeing how it looks. Ooh, that's a little close. Like, I can probably bring those right in, actually, because the actual entry to the train station doesn't need to be too massive. And these could also possibly be lower, kind of down here. Stop stick drift nudging. I was going to say, I just brought that in another half square, didn't I? Interesting, that's actually out by half a metre comparatively. And that's a pretty big opening. I think I can actually chop off, bring that in 1/2 meter. I don't think that's... Yeah, the edge of the building is actually here. So all of this is actually out by 1/2 meter. Of course it is. Okay, checking. The streams are both going. I'm paranoid now after the YouTube problems from the last 2 streams. If you do see any stream problems, please let me know. So that being close to the walkway there is not a problem if we bring this in 1 meter. I mean, half a slab I mean. In Melbourne's going to be difficult. Both the train line and the highway are in the fire areas. Yeah, the fires in our area were right next to our train line as well. So all train services stopped. Although you're a little bit more rural, I think, than we are. Not bad as a first bash as a front. It might just help inform what we do in the middle there. So this is kind of just overlapping and blocking that side. See how much we got in the middle here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 foundations in the middle, and then we have our 1/2 meter foundation. So the 1/2 would be there. We didn't want to go all the way up. Oops. Oh, that's a 1/2 one too. Oh, that's annoying. I thought I'd noticed that on the other side. Oh well. Come on. Yeah, I haven't built these outer walls here. I suppose I should build this one here. Just
Incoming
so.
Pioneer reinforcements.
Oh, a raid.
Sentiwants is leading a force of 25 viewers.
25 from
Thanks for the
Landcase.
raid,
Welcome,
Sentiwants,
welcome.
and welcome everyone to the channel.
Exploit Chaos, hello, hello. Welcome to the channel, everyone. How are you all going? Hey, Kates. Welcome, Raiders. How are you going? How was your stream, Lanny Kate? Did you have a good stream? Took you up as amazingly awesome, Dev Art. Sentience, thank you very much for the plug. Am I a good entertainer, though? Are you not entertained? So yes, hi everyone. I stream Satisfactory in VR. I am the creator of the Satisfactory VR mod, but I also like telling people what to do and trying to give tips and tricks on building anything in Satisfactory, whether you're building in flat mode or VR mode. So feel free to ask any questions or give any opinions or suggestions or feedback. So what stream were you? What game were you playing? Were you streaming Satisfactory as well? So at the moment, we're actually having a bit of an architecture session at the moment. We're working around some factories here in the Blue Crater. So we have some coal power generation going on over there. Over here we have a steel factory. And I've just been in the process of setting up a plastic and rubber factory. So we got it functionally working last week, and now we're working on sort of making sure it's not just a floating platform. Icarus, I don't know if she's still here, no problem. We started with Star Archer. Oh, cool. Yes, I was in the Star Archer playtests. I thoroughly enjoyed both Star Archer playtests. And I have purchased Star Archer, and I have intent on seeing if I can make it VR, but no concrete or progress or plans or anything like that yet. It is early conception, and probably how did I just do that? I did it out like that. I probably would not be as thorough as the Satisfactory mod, because the Satisfactory mod, I've got in-game modding tools, so I can do a total conversion, do things like hands and things like that. Star Archer, as far as I know, does not have any modding tools as yet. So I'd be a bit more restricted in what I can do, but it's not going to stop me from trying. Okay, so by angling that way, we've both got that angled side of the building and this angled side. Why does that look... Oh no, it is the same. If you could, we were in heaven having Satisfactory Star Archer and VR, I wouldn't know which to play the most. Well, there is no timeline. There is absolutely no timeline for me doing this. It is just like, ever since I first saw the preview, it's like, I'd really like that to be in VR as well, thanks. But yeah, I also need free time, and I have a bit of a shortage of that currently. So it would probably start as a UEVR profile with extra bells and whistles. And maybe some extra mod built into a UVR mod. Done godly with the VR mod in Satisfactory. Why? Thank you very much. I did spend like a year and a half working on the mod to get it to sort of the 1.0 level, and there was a lot of time and effort to put into it. I don't know if I really got the time to do similar with Star Archer, but I've certainly learnt a lot in that time. So I think I could do some quick wins and implement some basic stuff if I could. Yeah, don't have any time. I totally feel that. I mean, as the name on my channel says on YouTube, I have too many hobbies. Store them as hobbies. I have too many hobbies. It just happens that streaming and modding and Satisfactory all overlap, and therefore you get Satisfactory streams. Okay, now this kind of clashing with our little front corner here a bit. You didn't even got hobbies? Well, playing games is a hobby. It's actually really hot in this room here. Not as hot as it is in South Victoria. Azura, if you could turn the aircon on, that would be amazing. My room is on the north side of the house, and with a gaming PC and a streaming laptop running full tilt, it does tend to get super toasty when I'm streaming. I might have to fudge a perfect angle from that to there. As I start next Thursday, I've gotten literally no sleep because I code like 15 hours a day and play games 2 or 3. Is it coding for fun or coding for work though? So I'm going to use a magic beam here to get a slab that's exactly lined up with this corner. If I run a beam corner to corner like that, then you can get a foundation like this and it will snap to this end at the 4 meter mark. And then you can nudge it across and back, and down, and then actually I'll go across. My nudge is the wrong way around. There we go. Actually, I'll do it there. I guess technically work, but also fun, I guess. I'm coding AI. Ah, okay. Like the nitty-gritty AI, or sort of tools to go with agents and things like that? Z fighting when I build that way, your OCD hates it. Well, there's actually very little Z fighting. Maybe I just don't notice it. There are ways of getting around the Z fighting, but I tend to, yeah, tend to ignore it largely. Okay, so now we should have like a flat front here. Not a huge amount of room for a window exactly. Maybe I should have nudged this in more. Actually, I can probably carve that out there, so we have a bit more of a viewport at the front. Now explain honestly, other than it's a medical-based AI. Ah, currently working on the security side of it so that it doesn't violate HIPAA. That's very challenging, and I wish you luck. I tend to avoid security issues if I can. I'm a web developer in my day job, but I like to leave security. You know, I'll do best practices and things on hosting and such, and I'm very security conscious, but I would not want to have to deal with medical data or credit cards or anything like that, if I could avoid it. Come on, stick under there, thank you. Okay, so now we can at least chuck down if I want to bring this forward a bit or not. I wasn't originally planning on having the front of the building this far forward, but I can always move it back, so I'll go with this for now. Yes, I'm a web developer. I've been in web apps development for several decades. Not 30 decades. Since the 90s. Running the front end and the back end. Okay, made by AI and I'm making the website from scratch. Ah, cool. Yes, I've been dealing with full stack and server support all the time as well. No, I need to nudge it in. I was going to nudge it into there. I avoided JavaScript back in those days. I hated JavaScript back in those days. You could not, well, you couldn't avoid it completely, but back in those days, I was a Perl programmer. We could put some diagonals in here on the window front. Something like this. Well, JavaScript is kind of my day job now, but I've come to it's improved a lot since the early Dark Ages. That's for sure. How about stop? I need a new controller. It keeps drifting. Everyone hates JavaScript. Hey, I'm decent at JavaScript. Self-taught myself Python and JavaScript, and I still suck at it. I actually don't like Python. I really don't like Python. But then again, I come from a Perl background, so the concept of using white space as a structure thing is just wrong. If I want to put 15 statements on one line, then I should be allowed to do it. What all the browser-based games... No, the browser-based games were made in Flash, usually, which is even worse. Okay. Maybe something like that. Where's the platform gone? I think if I ever going to finish this game, I'm going to have to do some styling shortcuts and not spend too much time getting hung up on making it look pretty and architecture. I do not have the time that other streamers and players have. Pretty much have these streams to do most of my playing. Stop drifting, you stupid stick. Oh, it's snapping to that one instead of that one. Okay, snap it to here, please, so I can actually get it centered. Thank you. Did I miss it in the ABC website? Has so many fun Flash games. So much was lost when Flash died. Yes. Some got reborn and redeveloped in other languages, but Flash was an abomination of a platform on its own, though. Okay. This we could probably ramp down in like a reverse ramp kind of thing. Currently updating my website since someone else took my AI's name from under me, so now I have to rebrand. Yeah, don't you hate that? I'm wondering if I can make that angled. Well, AI is certainly the hot space at the moment. It is definitely a race at the moment to get AI into everything, for better or worse, and I will wish people weren't shoving it down our throats when we didn't want it. I do make use of it sometimes, and it is useful, if a bit morally grey in how it gets there. Cynthia says, people say I'm weird because I think it would be fun to play a VR with Tracker's version of Oregon Trail. VR Tracker version? I've heard the name Oregon Trail, but I do not know the gameplay super well. Yeah, is that the one where they all die of dysentery? Probably like paper card style game. Yeah. So why would you do that in VR? Although you did say people would call you crazy, so... AI is good for debugging. I spent a lot of today talking to ChatGPT to try and fix my streaming settings. So if my stream works well and doesn't crash, yeah, sometimes up until the point it so confidently lies to your face and gets it completely wrong. Okay, so that's not too bad. A bit of a front detail with the storage at the back. Not sure what I'm going to do with the top here, but I also don't know what I'm going to do the top up here, other than it will be a big platform, so I guess I can whack that down because there will be a roof. Never opened ChatGPT or other chatbots. Really, Bippy? See, I didn't use them much, but then work highly encouraged us to use Copilots, GitHub Copilot for code stuff. And it was absolutely abysmal for the most part. And then about 6 months ago, it suddenly got useful. And it was like a sudden change where suddenly it kind of knew what I was doing and actually helped. Oh, I disable AI everywhere I can as well. But my editor for code, it is really useful. Confused over anything? Yeah, Russ, totally get it. Understand. Another thing, it is a super grey area. And I wish there was a little bit more control and regulation on how it's got its data and how it was used, but so topic change. There's a couple of people in the chat who have played Satisfactory in VR with my mod. Have you used the new Alpha 3? So there is an Alpha 3 version out on if you can manually select it, that adds a new build feature. So if I start building here, there is now a new build HUD. I don't know if people have seen this or not. So I added this partly because I was seeing new people struggle with the build controls. And I don't like unnecessary HUD, but I thought this would be a useful option to add for people to give them some help. So it's like, I just pressed random button here, and the result is I'm in build mode, and by the way, I have Zoop on. And so it's a bit more in your face, like it's all here. Every bit of information is right here on this panel here, but in your HUD is in your face, and it means if I hold a button down over here, what does that do? Oh, look, it activates snap mode while I'm holding the button down. Or what happens if I do that? Oh, look, I'm in nudge mode now. So it's feedback. And as someone who knows the mod intimately, I'm actually finding it useful for myself, because things like you're in zoop mode or vertical mode is actually really useful to see right there in your face. So people who've used my mod, have you tried out Alpha 3? Have you tried the new features? And if so, do you have any feedback? What do you think of it? Meanwhile, Dippy, I want AI to sort trash and detect cancer. Absolutely. Not give me wrong textual information. Absolutely, I'm totally on board with that. Realm Russ, I just wanted to stop making the internet so unusable and also stop using the power requirements of nations. Absolutely, I am totally on board with those as well. But on the flip side, my company pays for a subscription to use it, and it helps me in my work, and I'm told to use it. And I actually do get benefit out of using it. Is this too big? I think we need to move these closer maybe, and if we move them closer, we might have some room for some different logistics up the back. So, I'm still keen if anyone has feedback on the Alpha 3 version of the mod. AI is a tool, and the tool will do what you use it for. Absolutely, and there's a lot of tools using the tool to really screw things over. And that's the frustrating part. Every background of the character in a one shot I had to run, and I was just like, what the... yeah. And that's the thing, it's like, it's a really powerful tool, so people can be lazy as and use it to just generate slop. But that's not all it can do. Okay, let's move forward maybe too much, because I was actually hitting my back here, thinking I had a bit more room. So this storage actually suits this factory well, if I actually put it in the right place. Because the input feeds in from above. And we have room below to hide the dimensional storage. Just felt rude, like I'm over here prepping a game and you can't be have to come up with a handful of sentences. Yeah, I stream as a rogue AI and I use it to make a lot of stuff in my stream, but I don't just give a prompt to run with it. I spend hours, if not weeks, working with it to get my vision right. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can chuck a lazy prompt and get it to generate slop, or you can use it to very finely control and hone and expand on things. Okay, I think that positioning is good. That's the plastic and rubber. I think I would want maybe one for fuel and maybe one for fabric. But we put them in now. Let's chuck them in now. And I'm gonna tilt them a bit, start on a fancy angle. Probably just a 15-degree angle is enough. This is probably where that left-handed storage blueprint would be useful. The question about your mod daughter, I haven't been able to use it recently as I'm always ADHD everywhere. No problem. Change your point out is super nice. Cool. It's always questioning if I was in the right mode with building. Yes, yes. And that's the thing, even after so long, I'm finding the same thing. So I just don't know if it's like, is it big enough? Is the position good? Am I displaying labels clearly? So I from the stats, I know like there's 18 downloads of the Alpha 3. And I don't know if anyone, well, nobody's given me feedback yet, other than, hey, that looks cool. Rebel Rust stepped on my USB cord to no PCB. Oh no, did you break your USB cord? You could buy a new USB cord? What am I out of? I'm out of fluctuators. Okay, so this was a good idea, but I don't have the materials to finish these off yet. That's fine. We've got the 2 there, so we can at least get plastic and rubber rolling into these containers here. Feasible. My voice is in my head asking about dinner. Plastic.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
This one will be rubber. So yeah, the Alpha 3 of the mod is, I've been using it for over a week now, and I'm pretty happy with it, so I might just release it. It seems pretty solid at the moment. Now I need to transfer all the crap from here into there. So I'm going to do some really nasty temporary clipping. So if clipping triggers you, look away. I said in. Ah, look, you can barely tell it's clipping. I was actually going to run straight through that conveyor, but I thought, I'll just drop a lift here, that'll be at least a little tidier. I mean, there's a little clipping there, but again, this is just temporary to try and move the backlog of stuff from those containers into these containers. Also, it'll tell me very quickly if my sorting is working or not. Yes, look at that. Plastic and rubber rain down from above. You have more spoons tomorrow. Hopefully we have more spoons tomorrow. Cat sit on. Okay, either way, I'm taking a break because Twitch wants me to take a break and wants to show you guys some ads. Unless you've subscribed or have Prime or any of that jazz. So I will be away. I'm going to do some stretches and have a drink, and I'll be back after about 3 minutes. Once my dashboard loads. Come on, dashboard. Where are you? Let's say. Maybe I should add to my Go live stream to reboot my headset so the browser doesn't keep dying. That's to everybody. Okay. BRB. Come on, Twitch dashboard. You can do it. Maybe I'll reboot the headset really quickly now. Nice. Let's go.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Hello, hello, scaffolding labs. Welcome, welcome. We are debating dinner and washing. And yes, its best soundtrack is Satisfactory. I do have some other music mixed in here because the Satisfactory soundtrack isn't quite long enough to go for my full stream. Plus, we like a bit of variety here, even if I do use the same playlist every single stream. So yes, hello, welcome to the channel. And yeah, I love the Satisfactory soundtrack. Okay, we are in the blue crater, and I've just realised I don't have any door in the front of my new plastics factory, which is probably fine because we'll probably arrive and depart by train. Maybe have a bit of a grill down the bottom here to make it look like a functional entrance. Sort of a mirror of the glass, perhaps. Well, that's not too bad as is. So we've just moved our storage down the bottom there. So we did have some temporary storage up the top here, just after we got the factory online. But now we're kind of setting up like a front foyer section of the factory, where we have a sort of a fancier blueprint for storage, which includes auto sorting up the top into large containers with dimensional depots down the bottom. I'm going to put an awesome sink down here. Actually, maybe we could... No, if I put that at the front, it's going to come through the floor because they're damn huge. I mean, these can make a cool prop if you put them somewhere such that they're sticking up out of something. I have made them a feature in some of my factories. What's that clipping into? Me? That's just clipping into me. Okay, so the output from the container smart splitters will have to come down into the sink down here. Now I think I will run... Do not give in to Sanchuros. Now you distracted me and I'm fumbling and picking the wrong options. Placement wise, where is this going to go? Okay, it's going to go there. Oh, it doesn't want to go there. So this will be Mark 4. And at this stage, I think I will just run this up to the height here, which I haven't actually... Is that the right height? I think that's the right height. So once these containers here are all full, the excess will flow through and down into the sink, which I realise has no power currently. It's going to take a while to transfer all the materials from above to below, though. At the moment, I think I'll leave this sink up here for dealing with the resin. Longer term, we will do something else with the resin. And really the logistics will all change anyway once we ramp up the production and start having to fill train loads full, because we're not going to pass everything through the end of it there. Are you people being a bad influence on my wife? I already know my wife is a bad influence. Okay, I can delete those depots now, and that will allow me to build the extra depots down below for future products. Actually, I should delete that barrier before I do. It's backwards. Rotate. Better. Yeah, so that's slightly tilted in. Do we want more of a tilt than 15 degrees? Zeroing is the best influence. I've just realized I probably... No, I don't need to use the left blueprint for that one. But I do need to use the left blueprint for this one. I think. Oops, too low. Forward one. Stop. I have stick drift that is getting more and more annoying. This mostly shows up when I'm nudging, actually. Stop drifting. Maybe I should make the nudge sensitive. Not in danger, I am the danger. Nudge, nudge. If only No Man's Sky had nudge, right? Okay, there. So we've customized it with the different product icons. Said that way, thank you. So I think we might have packaged fuel and fabric here as minor products that this factory makes, but we do have an entire train for plastic and an entire train for rubber. I was actually clever enough to put the plastic one on the plastic factory side and the rubber one on the rubber factory side, so now we've just got to make it shiny. Don't know whether I should make the outside pillars also shiny or not. This is where the Z fighting really kicks in though, because one of it is one texture.
_labs just followed you.
Oh, thank
Thanks
you
for the follow scaffolding _ labs and welcome to the channel.
It's just if I paint that one as well, it's going to look a bit weird on the outside. Maybe I should just make it all shiny. Look at that shiny floor. I mean, we did make these walls all shiny up here, so maybe we do just coat the entire thing in plastic. Probably will need some more fuel to do that though. Hey, I got enough range from here. Okay, so this isn't power washing. What would this be? Very similarly, just standing here and spraying plastic everywhere. It's really hard to see in this light. We need something across there as kind of a border. Oh, no. Something you can't actually use your jetpack while your interface is open. Probably make these steel here, just for a bit of texture. I need a little painter's platform to stand on out here. Windows bonk sound. I love the Windows bonk sound. It was a tragic day when that Windows bonk sound broke, and it was a patch before they added it back in. It's quite a bright moon. Okay. Right, so power. We got power somewhere. I did tidy up the power since the last section. A little bit, like there's still random points around, but so down here there's a point on the wall. Oh, this is really hard to do with a jetpack. Ah, there's ground below. All right, we're over there. There. Easy enough to tidy this up later, though. Ah, front there. Okay, so bring it across to there. Now I can drop it down from there. Okay, so that sink now has power. Which means that when these containers finally fill up, then excess will be sunk. I don't know if we're emptying them much faster than we're filling them. So trains, how do they work? It'd be probably worth building train buffers here now. This is input, so we want to have double container to be kind of there. Now try and remember the spacing. I think that's okay there. No, it's not. There we go. So it's always good to build a buffer for loading or unloading trains. So basically when this is completely full and your train platform is completely full, when the train picks up the platform here, it takes out a huge chunk of content from this platform here. So once that content is gone, you want to fill it as quickly as possible. So by having a buffer here of another big container with 2 of your fastest belts, guarantees that it will then load in the next shipment as quickly as possible. Now we don't even have enough plastic to fill one of these particularly much at the moment. So all these extra platforms is just redundancy at this stage. But also I guess if we fill all 4, then if a particular factory needs plastic on platform 3, we can just drive the train over there and it can fill up from the 3rd one. So it gives us a bit more versatility in unloading plastic or rubber on demand for different factories. Because if experience is anything to go by, there will be more than one factory that will need plastic and or rubber. And I'm kind of tempted to maximize use of plastic on this save and rubber. I normally avoid it where possible, but maybe this is the playthrough where we embrace just going full plastic and rubber for everything. I'm going to make modular frames out of oil. That'll be fun. This will be the other way around. Stop drifting. Did I build it too close? I did build it too close. Okay, so we can bring logistics down from above to feed into these containers. I do not know how that logistics is going to look late game. As I said, we won't even saturate a single belt with what we're producing at the moment. How would this look? Okay, we want that to come in closer, so it would actually help to have a logistics floor along here. I mean, yes, you can attach splitters to the roof, but if we put a floor, then we can more easily use poles to help line things up. Actually, we do that. This one can snugly attach to there. This one will still miss there. Oh wow, that'll actually snap onto it down there. I thought I'd need to maybe to have a small layer there, but that actually fits. So theoretically, that should line up with the same point at each lab. Let's do this one over here first. Maybe there. And there. Oh, I missed. Oh man, I'm terrible. I'm rushing. I'm rushing. There we go. How are the streams going? Both YouTube and Twitch still seem to be running. That's good. Although when I had the YouTube stream problems last week, they were sort of after 2 hours of stream, which we're not quite up to yet. It's a similar sort of thing, but on the other side. So that's actually lined up. I reckon it'll be there still. Oh. Easy. Missed. I'm going to need a massive building if I'm actually going to fill these to maximum capacity. It's going to be a massive amount of plastic and rubber being produced. I mean, I could build more of this in the middle here. You know, I could... Can I fit that in? So where's the middle point? The middle point is here. Although I need room for the pipes. So, but if I had a different blueprint without the walls, like an internal wall version, I could fit... I'd have to change the walkway a little bit, perhaps. So a different blueprint with basically this chopped off and just a single line for the pipes, so that they can be back to back, and then we could fit more of these in here. We need more diluted fuel somehow, but I reckon we could do that as well. Frack, hi mate, just came out of the snow chaos for a smoko. How you doing today? I'm doing okay, Frack. How are you? I'm doing okay now that the air conditioner is on. So you came out of the snow and Russ is in 40-something degree heat with nearby fires. We are working on doing some architecture and logistics in the new plastics and rubber factory. So working on sort of the front central office here where the products are going to come down. We've also started to do the logistics for the train stations, which are overly ambitious in the amount of quantity and plastic and rubber that they will be able to move. And I do not know if I will ever get halfway near the capacity of actually filling them, but they look impressive. So we're just shuffling all the old product out of these temporary storage containers into the new ones downstairs, but I can start feeding them into the train station as well, I think. How am I going to do this? I don't think we need another storage buffer. But, you know, I could just cheese it and do a single one for now. In fact, I'm going to super cheese it and put them all on a single line. Because we really don't have the throughput to saturate it. That's the word, saturate it yet. So let's just... a single line coming through here, and then when we get to the point where we're doing more than a single line, then we can expand, rearrange this logistics to provide multiple lines. Why is that not... Why did I put merges here? I could feed some from the back and some from the front. Did I put benches there because I had the wrong path selected? I think I'll be getting a lot of sleep tonight. Yeah, I can understand that, Russ. Stay safe. Are you playing D&D tomorrow, Ross? Doesn't need to do any prep work, do you? Now, I fully understand that this is a manifold and therefore it's going to be horrendously inefficient for loading the car up the back. Again, it is just a temporary thing to get stuff flowing, and when we need it more balanced, then we will balance it. But for now, this will do. Now I need to feed plastic to there, but I also need to feed a little bit to the output there. So I probably do still need to feed it to somewhere around here. Supposed to be running a game, but I've not done a lot of prep. I'll do it in the morning. It's been too hot in my room to have my PC on for long, and I keep getting logged out of the Wi-Fi on both my laptops. Yeah. I'm sure if you told your players, they would be fully understanding of the situation. If you were to postpone it for another time. It's a really unfortunate position to put that, so I'm going to move it out a bit. Actually, maybe even here. Well, then it might not be a game because we might not have power internet anyway. Yeah, that is true. You can't solve that. That happens. Okay. We have plastic feeding down to the train. Four fires burning out of control across the state. Yeah. Wish all the best. Hope the fire doesn't Tom Cruise us. Absolutely. So we now have a different logistic aim to get to this point here. You know, if this was only 1 meter thick, which I'm tempted to change it to make it so it is, then this would all line up in the same thing. If I take it from there, this is going to get an absolute trickle. Okay, I'm just going to leave that there because that still needs to run. But I think I will split it off from here, so at least we get some going into storage. Probably still more than we can build with. Feels weird to be like instantly heading southeast of us, but also if my folks went up in the fire below us, my home city would be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, yeah. I understand that feeling. We were relieved when the fire near us was sort of blowing away from us, but there were other suburbs on the other side of the bush that were at risk. Okay. So kind of got the new plastic logistics in place to load it into trains. I need to do the same on the rubber side. You know what? I'm going to tear this up and move it all up 1 meter. I'll redo the plastic side some other time. I'm not too fussed, but because we haven't got too far into running the logistics from this, it's not too hard to quickly redo this. And a lot of this is like, once you know what you're going to do, the actual doing of it isn't too bad. A lot of it is the design and the iterative trial and error of seeing what fits up to the point where you like it, and then once you know what you're doing, then it's pretty quick and easy to rerun. I've already figured out the positions and the sizings and the distances. See, that took what? 2 minutes tops? If that. So even if you load just one feed into each platform, the storage still acts as a buffer. So if your train takes ages to get here, probably a single line feeding in is probably going to be enough to refill the quantity that's required for the next train trip. Or whatever hypothetical throughput we need to sustain. Okay, this is the rubber output here. So let's just chop this off. Oh, this has got the logic stuff as well. We're trying to take ages to get here. What's this feline? Well, a round trip of a train might take 10 minutes. And it will load several thousand plastic, blam, in one go. And then it'll have 10 minutes to then transfer from the buffer. So the buffer is very much a move everything quickly, pause, move everything quickly, pause, while the generation is very stable and consistent. Let's just run that separately to the sink, because don't actually technically need that. And that's going to jam up if I don't run that to the sink right now, so let's do that. Hey Tundepro, hey mate, I really love your stream and enjoy being part of your fan community. Would you mind adding me up on Discord? That depends on what you want. Yeah, it sounds like a bot or Someone wanting to improve my stream analytics? Huh. Yeah, Russ and Track. Your staff. You can still be a fan. Sorry, I'm talking to a Zurin in my head. One-sided conversation, sorry. Well, actually, I was thinking I need... Okay. I've been toying with the idea of having a VTuber and avatar. I'm at the too shy for face cam stage of streaming, and I don't really see a huge point in having a face cam when I'm wearing a VR headset the whole time. But you're also family, Azuren. So I have been toying with the idea of having a VTuber avatar and tying it to VR position controller stuff. So that's, yeah, I don't know. It would be, maybe, I don't know. What do you reckon? Do you reckon a VTuber talking head would be interesting on here? You like face cams? Very fresh from spider visits? Possibly, but a VTuber avatar can be very responsive as well. Problem is my own abilities to create such an avatar model are fairly limited, so I would probably have... I can do a pretty basic anime one using free tools. If you want something fancier, I was thinking of maybe like a Muppet avatar, like a puppet or something like that. Like a Guy Smiley one, or... Okay, that's running to there. I actually need to go into that merger there. Custom video is going to be priced. Exactly. To do it custom would be expensive to get a really good one. Also, I could probably munge one up with AI, but I really don't want to. So I'm trying to resist the lure of AI. Not a slop one. I would actually very meticulously craft it, but you know, the actual putting bits together would be AI. Is this where I want to merge it? This is where I want to merge it, yes. Just don't use the literal cat avatar. That's the most uncanny, really weird. Hey, Rolls gets away with using a shark, and that's pretty cool. But there's already a cat, a few cats playing Satisfactory. We do not need another fursona. You'll learn enough Blender by the end of the year to be helpful. That'd be cool. There is a distinct lack of Muppet puppet styles and articulated models currently. There's like a Kermit, and that's it. Dinner has arrived. Rolls is the only one who gets away with the shark. Yeah, and Rolls does get away with the shark. I'm not going a shark. So I'd probably have something fairly humanoid. Okay, rubber is feeding into... I mean, the train station has no power, which is why it's not actually going into the train, but these buffers are very slowly filling up, and we should have twice as much, or half as much in each one. So yeah, this one's got 400-ish. This one's got 200-ish. This one's got 100-ish. This one's got 50. This one's got 100? Oh yes, because the last one splits two-way. Because that's how manifolds work, kids. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if a VTuber avatar would be good or not, but it would at least let me, like, rather than just relying on my hands in game, you could see what my hands are doing when they're down here, and you could probably see my head motions a bit better if what my hands are doing below the belt. Thank you, Azurin. Okay, I am going to take a dinner break here. There will probably be about a 10-15 minute break while I believe Katsidon has been delivered. So we have our basic foyer area logistics working. We have plastic coming down into here and oh, are we actually... We filled them. We've actually filled... Oh, that means all the rest of it is going to go straight into the sink. Which it is. That's fine, because our lines are now directed through here. But we can rearrange the other lines after dinner, and then we can continue sprucing this place up and making it look more like a working factory rather than a floating platform. Thank you very much for following and joining in. I will be back in about 15 minutes after I've had some sustenance. And I will probably run an ad break or two just so that it pushes the next Twitch ads out further. Once the dashboard loads. Come on, dashboard. Right, here we go. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Testing, testing, testing. You should now be back to our regularly scheduled program. We are in the Blue Crater. And we are working on the plastic and rubber factory. Thank you very much, Russ. We are working on some architecture and some logistics. We have actually started to load rubber into our overly ambitious 4-platform train station here, which we do not need this much. And we're certainly not producing enough rubber and plastic to sustain this size train, but it's all there and set up for future expansion. Thank you, Freck. Hey, Bomerk, how's it going? Good, good. I'm pretty good. How are you? Hopefully the YouTube stream is more stable tonight. I've spent a lot of time fiddling with settings. That will hopefully make things both more stable and also higher quality. But we shall see. Okay, so we're still flooding in from those 2 containers there. I'm tempted to just hand shovel from these containers into train platforms. Oh, that one's empty. It's just rubber that's got stuff in it. Oh, it's nearly done. Excellent. We'll just wait for that to be done. The Katsudon was very good, Frack. Yes. It's a local place that makes it, and even after going through the whole home delivery stuff, it's still nice and fresh and tasty. Bro, your factories are so beautiful. My brain just doesn't work when it comes to design. Oh, thank you, Bomerk. I'm still an apprentice, really. I'm a try-hard. So, yes, I'm trying hard and banging my head against it. But this is a different style from what I've done before. So it's kind of mixing some angles with big slabs of concrete to try and bring it all together. And so I'm just trying to put a bit of detail into it. And I think it's coming along. Actually, I haven't lowered this beam here on that side, so there's a bit of inconsistency there, but it's coming along. It's starting to look a bit like a factory. Okay, so the old containers are empty. Hooray. So we can now delete these, because these were just temporary. So oh, that just went through the floor, that's right. This is the actual plastic output. We need to leave that there. And that is filtering through to recycle the resin, so we'll leave that there for now. But I think later on we could put a little fabric factory here. Actually, what do you need to make fabric? I don't know if I've unlocked it yet. Actually, I can use the codex. I've been getting ahead of myself a bit because we haven't made any gas protection yet, and the main use for fabric is in masks. No, I don't have it. So there is a recipe you can unlock that allows you to make fabric out of, I think it's just resin and water. So maybe this spot here will be a little fabric factory in the future. Do I want to build other munitions here? Like other equipment bits? Maybe, maybe. We'll see. Don't delete that one. And delete that one because that's the old rubber filter. Why is there 2 there? I think I might have been filtering something else into that previously. Okay. So we don't sink the resin and the whole thing gums up and stops working. So now, this was the old feed into the storage below. We get rid of that. The new one is partly in place here. We just need to join these together. Actually, we need to check the settings here. I mean, that's close enough. Yeah, I'll leave it blank for now, but it'll be either probably fabric or fuel later on. That's going to be a long curve. Yeah, maybe not curve. Although, if we can kind of get it to come out straight first. Having curved in from there. Whoa, where did that go? Okay, so now all the Apple products here are filtering through all 4 of the smart splitters. Yeah, theoretically we should only get a trickle of coming through here because we're actually tapping the train line sort, so all the product is... I can't get through. All the plastic is coming down here and it's being split there for the first train carriage, here for the second and the third, so there's only a little bit of actual plastic coming through here. But it should be enough to keep those topped up, and it should be enough to keep up the depots, dimensional depots topped up. So I don't think we're going to have a problem with the throughput that's coming down into this room, and it's more just a display. Okay. So that's kind of... The thing now is, how do we do a walkway to the train, between the train and this center here? Is that actually lined up with a sensible place? Ah, it is. Because if you snap one of these to a refiner, it will snap, but it's in a completely unuseful place, whereas this one is actually kind of lined up with the right foundation position. Which means we can do this. Do we want a corner here? I mean, if we wrap this around, there's going to be a bit of a hole there, so maybe we do just stick a corner there. Can always expand it later if need be. Should clear over the top of a train. Oh, no, not down there. Oh, it's like slightly out. You know what? I don't think I'm going to worry too much about that. These corner ones, we probably want to line up more with this angle. How can I do that and line it up exactly, but with the angle I want? delete that. I don't think it's going to be easy. Although, if I just rotate this, because this I think is a 15-degree difference. Let's try this. So if I just try a 15-degree corner on here. Got a 15-degree, the easiest way to do it is with good old road barrier. That's pretty good. Except for this tiny hole here. Yeah, having something there like that. Will help finish it off. So you've got the flat edge that's lined up with this section, and then you've got the edge here that's lined up with this section, and then that is sort of lined up with the rest there. That's cool. I like that. The step, it's not a big step. If I really wanted to be pedantic, I could probably put something like this along it. Actually, there is a slight hole, so maybe I will be pedantic and put something like this along it. Okay, lock. Build? No. Trying to get the right order of rotate, lock, build, nudge. I think I have to rotate now. Then nudge down. I mean, that's still better than nothing. It fills the gap. So we'll run along here. It's a long way to the front of the train. Still need to do something with the back here. We also still need to figure out how we're going to get the train out. Because the train pulls in here, but then where does it go? Okay, so let's do the same on the other side. So this line here, we delete those two. We use a road barrier for a 15-degree corner on here. We also have a, here, Russ, think I'm going to try and get some sleep tonight. Might catch you later. No problems, Russ. Have a good sleep. Hope you can get some sleep well and stay safe. DB Marood, if you looked at my PIO build, you could just collapse the train and on itself. Yes, I could just have it turn around on the spot, couldn't I? Yes, true, I could. I'm trying to make things, plausible. That didn't work because I needed it this way, not the other way. Inside something you cover with concrete? Yeah, a complete box, and then it's how did the train suddenly turn 180 degrees in this tiny box? I mean, yeah, I might get to it soon. The oh, we got a problem here, because this walkway was going to come right here. So this walkway on this side might be a little different. But I might lay some rail once I finish with this bit, because it is a problem I will need to solve. And I really don't want to have to move the whole station, so it's probably better to find out now if I need to move the station or if it's in an okay spot. So this, I need to actually go out a meter to avoid that. So actually want this first, then a corner piece. And it might be good that it's actually up and flush with that rather than off a meter. Oh, now we need to go up. Across two. And down one. It's just going to clip there. Oh, just made it. Beautiful. And that actually overlaps here, so that's not too bad. On the other side, I could try painted beam instead of the other beam I used. Ah, it's just much of a muchness. Actually, this one's a bit harder to get up. I'm sure people with jetpacks won't have a problem though. Okay, now do I move that across or do I leave that as is? That's easy detail to fiddle with later. I mean, the other way I thought of doing the train rails is I could do a push me, pull you, like two-ended train, although I haven't quite made it long enough. Unless I chop off this end part. I could chop off this one and put it like an empty platform there so the train pulls in and then reverses out with a second engine on it. I wonder if the train could come out here. Do I have trains on here yet? No, I haven't put trains on the shortcut bar yet. Because we've only just unlocked them recently. This is kind of a transport tab. So was this. Okay, so let's redo some of 4. Probably still worth having concrete on there. In fact, that's pretty much all I need. Ooh, buffer stops. Never used them before. Haven't unlocked signals yet, so it should leave some spaces for signals. So, a bit of rail. I don't know if a train will fit under here. It's a bit tight, I think. Nah. I mean, I could run it underneath in this space I was saving down here. Or I could loop around and come back out the station. The other idea is I just run it along the back and then have sort of a train exit spot here. Probably the more sensible option. So this was, I think, 15 degrees around. 1, 2, 3. It's 15. 1, 2, 3. Not that this is where the train's going, this is just my alignment circle for building. Because we don't have any rail yet. This is the first sort of train station we've set up. We could just bring it down the side here. Have a little off section here. That's probably actually easier. We have lots of space back here. We could actually do some extra fuel generation down here and underneath, actually. Pop a few fuels down. That one I could put some more plastic and rubber generators up the top. It's going to run straight through that pipe, isn't it? Actually, we've missed it. Although if I run a train line through here, I'm not going to be able to fit. East. Yeah, the refiner smokestacks are going to be a bit of a problem, but that can actually go lower. We've got more space vertically, but there's going to be a train line through the middle of it, so if we do that, it's going to have to be positioned. I said do. It's going to be positioned. You know we share a brain. I'm going to move it up here such that the train kind of runs along the back here. Again, I suppose I can slap it down, and I have to move it. It's actually not too hard to move. It's just like one stretch of rail. So let's just go with something now. I can easily move it later. So enough of a curve to dodge the pipe. Although there are going to be lots of pipes in the future, so we don't need to go too hard dodging it. Okay, new snap mode doesn't work great with rails, so... I wonder why that is. Ah, because holding snap puts it into straight mode, that's why. Which you kind of need. So rotating rails is still going to be a bit of a pain. That looks perfectly straight. See, this is where snap mode is useful. And this track in here, probably too sharp to turn around. I've probably done my train circle math incorrectly. Well, that's pretty tight. Might make it. Thought you could snap at any point now, or do I have to put a signal down first? Hey! Ooh! Rails! Trains. Trains are cool. Definitely a lot of real estate we can do something back here with. Signals take computers, and we haven't actually got any computer factory set up yet. I mean, I could handcraft them. I did actually unlock computers just so I could make the Blueprint Mark II, actually. But let's fix up this entry to match that side. Probably going to be really tricky to do from this distance. Oh, too much. There we go. Oh, zooped mode. Ah. Getting off zoop mode. That's not the right height. That's a 4 meter there. Yeah, it needs to be lower. Damn it. I'm using an old version of the mod because that, when I lock it, should say lock, not nudge. So I'm actually running Alpha 3 even though I've got a newer version on my dev area. You feel VR is compared to normal computer slower, more fun? I think it's faster for some things, slower for a couple of things, and definitely more fun. I find I prefer the precision aiming with VR, although it can be a bit more jittery because the trigger button to actually build something is much bigger than a mouse button. So when you click to build something, you often move, so you really use lock a lot, but it's actually really easy to lock, therefore it's not too much of a problem. You sort of get into a flow state of sample, lock, and then build. Rotation is probably the one thing that's been a constant challenge to try and find a replacement, because the mouse wheel rotation is just so smooth and easy. I'm going to have to do that power tower. I mean, it was a temporary thing anyway. Unless I build it into the structure. Ooh. Like, have these two wires hit this beam across here and look like they're actually connected as part of it. That could work. But just visually being here in VR is just so amazing. Now to do this, I probably need to bring it across a bit and nudge it down. Don't know how high I will need. Minecraft in VR impression was bad. I tried Minecraft in VR many years ago and it was bad. And one of the reasons I made this mod was because a lot of VR, like I'm using UE VR to do the VR stuff, so it does the head tracking and the visuals. But if you just use UE VR, the controls are atrocious. So a lot of my time was spent trying to make an intuitive and easy to use interface. I don't actually need one with a platform. Well, the platform did have a ladder on it, which was nice. I don't know how high I need to go with this. I do really like being able to paint freely separate from camera motion. That just could be due to lots of time in VR though. But it feels much more natural than having your camera locked to your aim mechanism, which you probably wouldn't think of. That's actually a pretty decent height. If we go up 1 more meter, it will actually line up with the foundation though. Pointing with hand, pointing with mouse? Yeah, oh, absolutely. Pointing with hand is much better than pointing with mouse. And pointing with mouse is much better than using a game controller. I might actually leave the ladder in there. The radial menus work really well in VR. I'd say they even work better in VR than they do in controller. Again, I am biased. Oh, look at that. That's right, spot on with concrete lines. Let's actually connect up the power before we break everything though. Except we don't have enough power poles. I mean, these poles are temporary anyway, right? And they are, because that's totally not where I'm going to leave that connected. Okay. Just wondering if we want to move this rail along a little bit to give it a bit more room, because we've got the space now that I've just put that whopping big tower right there. But that could still move across as well. But now is the time to make these decisions. Really need to standardize on my offsets as well. Like the other foundations, these have different patterns on one side versus the other. But all annoying. I mean, that one's not permanent, so I don't know why I'm bothering to make this super right. Because this power will probably run up behind. I'm not having a massive power sitting in the middle of the blue crater, so I don't know why I'm fiddling around with this quite so much at the moment. I just didn't want to have like I mean, I could have had like a single width opening for the rail, but I wanted to give it a bit more breathing space. That lines up pretty well. Gotta love some splines. I Okay, so we have two separate inputs for the train, and both station outputs will come out here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. That's a wall, but I reckon we could put... I mean, we could go with... We got the metal wall sort of structure around there, so maybe we keep with that as a theme. Tilted wall. We get it to go the other way, please. Kind of, but not. Yeah, more like that. We get more walls in update 1.2. I think there are hints. Like the diagonal window. There's a window in the loading screen that is this angle, which is not a buildable at the moment. And I keep saying they've been putting hints in different videos and things like that, so... Yeah, it would be really good to have some new material types as well for the walls. Let's go. It's 2 meter thick. So these. Always put as many hints as they can. Yeah, but people are usually better at finding them, but there hasn't been anything really obviously given away yet. Okay. So the office is quite high up, but that's fine. Oops. Yoink. Oh, what pattern did I have? Three per one, okay. I mean, I could put 1, 2, 3, or I could just put 2. Completely eyeballing this. Looks pretty even though. I think I got it. I will have to examine it later. What I really need. Platform to stand on, okay. Suppose I could have just nudged it from there, couldn't I? There's a gap. Why is that flush? Oh, because I snapped it to this wall. What I need is them. One of them. Please snap to the place I'm trying to snap it to. Fine, I'll nudge it. I don't know if that actually fills the hole. See, I can also like turn physically around and look at it that way and go, oh yes, it does. Oh. I haven't even touched like these bits up here yet. I've just been focusing on this, which is I guess kind of what my intent was for this session. I think I'm going to need that space in the middle for water extractors later on, because I need a lot more. I might even have water extractors coming out here and roaming around. Although I could... Nah, I'll just keep this going up and down. There's a little bit of not coated concrete. Why is it not painting? Ah, don't open the map. Fine. Okay, so that bit there appears to be obsolete. Okay. Right. I'm not a big fan of this big slab of wall. I picked a bad side to edit it because of this rock in the way. So That's the spot kind of between the blueprint. It's between the pipes of the blueprint. Oh, that's an end bit. Okay. Okay, right. Okay, so it's the other way around. It's a little awkward. Just checking the YouTube stream hasn't died. Still looks like it's working. So then we want some kind of window here. It's not giving me windows. Are they under walls with a separate category? Windows. Okay, window walls. Or I've been going the honeycomb lately, just because, you know, hexagons.
Diaperver says, hexagons are bestagons.
Exactly. Thank you, Dippy. Yeah, but Zero, and you didn't say it on stream. Nobody knows if the voices in my head are real or not. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to do this in the blueprint. I mean, it's gonna be easier if I do this in the blueprint and then rebuild these blueprints. That way, when I add more layers on, it will be included. So... Yay, I still have computers and heavy frames on me. So yeah, the obvious one is to take out the ports where the pipe connectors are not. So that would be from there. There's a walkway up here, and it would be nice to have the window extend, so let's replace that with a 2 meter one. That way we get a window up the top here. Now, because this is right on the edge, it will be difficult to do like a pillar on the outside. So I might have to do some decoration out in the field if I want overlapping decorations. Sure, I put windows on one of these build menus. Currently, I have no windows. There's one. And there is a small gap at the top. Maybe do something funky like that. Stop drifting. I don't know, it looked a bit too much like a lasagna now. I mean, I guess it's as far as an industrial factory rather than a presentation room, it's still reasonably... I mean, we could have another window along here. We're not going to have pipes here, so... That doesn't Z-wave too much, but the pattern's wrong. The pattern's wrong too. I mean, we could put some in the top here as well. There is actually space, so that way actually the walkways would have more windows. Except this will sort of mess up our... foundations a little. Oh, that's right, actually. Actually works out okay. So you got your viewing walkways have windows, but the rest of it is more functional. Now, was there anything I needed to tweak in this blueprint before I save it yet again? Got the merger on the end there. I think that's all good. Now we just have to rebuild everything. if I copy that one, it should give me the new version. This is not connected. There'll be a little spot partway through here that we need to connect here. And then we need power. That should be it. It will take a while to spin up though, because this starts with bugger all plastic in it, but I can put in lots of extra rubber. Lots of extra plastic. That will give it a kickstart. Because this is the stuff from the old machines. So. Fuel pipes. Thank you for the reminder. I was going to do skylights. That's really the only spot we could put a... we could stagger all the roofs by 1/2 meter and then we could put a skylight in between each one. I don't know if it's really worth it though, because we're going to have floors on top of each other, so maybe only on the top floor. Okay, so... you can have plastic, and you can have rubber, and you can have rubber, wow, they're already filled up with rubber, so we're actually pretty much online already with them, I think. No, hang on. Oh, there's excess rubber coming through because I put too much rubber in. That should clear out, and we should only get plastic. Now I'm curious as to why we're getting lots of rubber through. Probably because I put lots of rubber in here and I put lots of rubber in there, so the rubber fed in and it actually increased it beyond what it was needed. Hence, there's a lot of rubber coming out because it's all spare rubbish rubber. Rubbishy rubber. Whoa, don't fall over backwards. See, later on we will get a blender for diluted fuel, and we should be able to make a much more compact version of this blueprint, I would hope. Maybe a little more compact. At least something we can make more short work of. Now, this one's going to be a bit different with the windows because there's 3 different pipes. I mean, I suppose it doesn't matter if the pipes go past the window, really. And we'll still have one and that one. Let's do it the same and see how it works. I just noticed the cross pattern is on the outside of this blueprint, but it was on the inside of that blueprint, I think. Yeah, no cross pattern here. But there is a cross pattern over here. Okay, well, let's edit this one to be the same as the other one. Currently my stream is all the way over there. Always puts some minutes. So yeah, let's actually delete all these walls. Yeah, if I go that way around, you can see the pattern. Okay, there's no cross there, I think, but if I reverse it, there is. Look, I can use the new snapping method here. I don't know how I even did the other one now. 3 on the first and the double pane further down. Okay, 3 on the first, that's easy. Drifting. Where are the other pipes? They're both there, so we could actually do 2 here and then 1 here rather than the other way around. Now we need a 2 meter at the top. Tuck into the roof. Oh wow, okay, so these pipes will actually come very close to just lining up with these, so they won't actually cover the window much. Work out pretty well. Now again, I could put some beams or pillars in here to add a bit more depth and character, but I can't do something at the end because we're right on the edge of the blueprint maker. And I think I'll just keep it simple for now. Now, is there anything I needed to change about this blueprint before I hit save? I think this one was all set up fine. I'm tempted to make an overclocked version though. Trying to resist overclocking everything because my power situation is still not great. This usually gyps me on the canisters because I need empty canisters to rebuild these, but it ends up with lots of water canisters and fuel canisters in my inventory. So maybe what I will do is turn this off to stop them refilling. Because otherwise I have to handcraft a bunch of empty canisters and nobody wants to do that. Wow, that was quick. Already down to 25 canisters. Chewed through them super fast. I've still got two more though. Okay, let's copy that. Okay, power. Where that went before. Oh look, there's a spot just there. I need to tidy these up with double-sided ones. Well, actually, these need to be big, thick walls, not skinny walls like this. So. And all the pipe work. What the? Jesus. Where'd you come from? Missed. Oh, he's on the walkway. Not terrifying at all. Got him. Well, that's my cardio for the day. Must have been wandering around up there. See, that's why we love this game. Serene factory building with occasional moments of terror. One little thing to do with the rebuild is we need to fix up the output of... Now this will actually auto-connect if I bothered to have auto-connect on the blueprint. And this is not auto-connecting, this is a mutant on top of another one. We've missed a power connector. When is my next ad break? That is a good question. Dinner delayed it by doing an extra ad break, I think. Half an hour. But I could run one early. Because how long has it been since I had the last one? Probably about an hour. This doesn't have power because that was disconnected from that. Right, gotcha. Means this is all going to come crushing to a halt anyway. Now this is the opportunity where I could rotate this one to be in line with the central platform rather than there. Let's... connect that to there so at least that continues to go correctly. And we've lost power to this side because everything was connected through that. Oh dear. Okay, why are they not happy? Why are they yellow? Those are super green. It's starting to come green. Is this just catching up? Is that what it's doing? It's got oil. It's making oil, heavy oil residue. I think it's just playing catch up. Okay, I think that's done. Now the question is, do we want to rearrange these middle ones to be straight in the middle? Hey, Albert the boy, 879, how's it going? welcome to the stream. How's your morning / afternoon / evening going? You were thinking about me? Oh, right, okay. What were you thinking about? Okay. Well, here I am playing Satisfactory, so you can no longer think, you can watch. I don't know when you're going to stream. I am streaming now. This is my usual time to stream. We're actually pretty far into the stream. We've been going for 3.5 hours. What is the time? The time is 9:30. Okay, so we've probably got an hour or so left in the stream. If you are watching on YouTube, you should be able to ding that bell, and you should get a notification whenever I go live on a stream. They are yellow, which means something is not working properly. There's rubber coming through. That is bad. Rubber should not come through anymore. Okay, these are still waiting for fuel. You already had it? Okay. Yeah, I miss notifications all the time. It doesn't seem to be particularly good at notifying anyone. We are struggling for fuel. I'm guessing it's just playing catch up because I deleted the fuel generators. But it is still curious as to why rubber came out the other end, because there should be no rubber coming out of these. They should be a 2-to-1 ratio. Unless the fact that I flooded it with rubber... Actually, probably because of the lack of fuel, the first one here is getting more fuel first, and it's making rubber, but it's exceeding the plastic of the other, which is why the rubbers is going out. That makes sense. You're playing with 2 of your friends, and we just automated aluminium. Oh, nice! How did you deal with the water feedback? Did you feed it back into the system in a loop? Or did you use one of the other techniques of dealing with the wastewater? It's pretty much three. I can't hold up 3 fingers in VR. Three ways you can deal with the wastewater in aluminium. They, I think, will catch up once the fuel catches up, but that's yellow there, so this might not be connected properly. Ah, this conveyor here is not connected properly, that's why. That would do it. But if I'm about to tear this down, tell you what, let's just connect it for now. Oops. Cool, so you use a priority junction. Cool. So if we want to align these to this center platform instead, so we've got 2 there already. So this one, how much room have we got at the back, I wonder? So just finished a project of connecting all the oil nodes in the north. Ah, all of them? Wow, that's a lot of oil. Cool. Are you going to be turning all that into rocket fuel or something else? So this blueprint is 5 across, so as long as we've got 5 on there, we should be able to fit. So let's leave those there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 4 meter. Okay, we don't want ones that thick for a start. And we want to raise that up to this level. Rocket, yes, that's a lot of power if you're turning the entirety into rocket fuel. It's the Spire Coast, is it? I've built a rocket fuel power out there. Well, actually, I built a turbo fuel out there, but then expanded it to rocket fuel. And that was a lot of fuel generators. I think I overclocked them 200% and there were still a lot of fuel generators in the end. Basically, I built 3 glass towers into the sky full of fuel generators. So, I just want to rip the band-aid off. Actually, I could probably try squeeze one in this side. Before ripping that down. This is going to be a problem, though. Oh well, if it all comes up, we can cope with it a little bit. Oops, no. Well, I've decided that I'm not going to do rocket fuel in this playthrough. I'm going to do nuclear because I've never done nuclear before, because rocket fuel has always been easier, and so I've just done rocket fuel. Well, actually, technically in the past I did turbo fuel, but then when they added rocket fuel, it was trivial to turn those turbo fuel into ridiculously OP rocket fuel power plants. You've been split into committing completely to oil related stuff. Making a mega oil plant there, taking all the oil in the map. Cool. You mean any other nuclear? Ah, see, I do nuclear as well as rocket fuel. You can have a lot of power. Because I'm still in early game here. I'm going to make heavy modular frames out of oil. So that's fun. So yes, I am trying to do a lot of oil builds within this playthrough, rather than just using normal old coal steel. We copy that. We put it here. What's the spacing like? We've got enough room at the back potentially. I think we could fit it in. I think, as I said, this is the center, and so if the pipes are aligned in the center like this, so we're gonna have to make a blueprint. Actually, we'll adjust the blueprint so the pipes are actually where that line there is, so it'll actually only come out that far. So that's what I'm going to do. Except I've just taken the sink off, which means all this stuff is ground to a halt. So let me just fix that, because we're going to go fiddle with some blueprints. Power, who's got the power? So this is the current, yeah, this is the diluted fuel using packages. So we're going to take out this wall that's back here and replace it with basic, well, we'll still have bits of a wall, but we're going to move the pipes in a bit. That will make the whole thing thinner, and it'll merge in the middle. Fuel now is being made there for the purpose of powering all the rest of the map while the nuclear stuff is being automated. Ah, yes. Spreading the fuel to the rest of the map. Cool. That sounds like an ambitious build. So let's just come around this side. Filter on half foundation. And filter on 1 metre half foundations, then filter on Vestagon windows. I think we don't need those. X-Class makes sense for oil. Now I've lost my alignment. Oh no, it's just up there on the roof. I should have kept at least a marker so I knew where everything was lined up. Actually, we're on a half. So let's just do a half a half. I assume it's sort of down here. Actually, I can tell by where it doesn't run into the pipes, so it will be... there. Yep, that's it. So this will now sit here. And I'm hoping if I put them back to back, they won't clash, and they shouldn't clash. I think we'll be fine. Okay. It's going to make me put a pipe. Okay, I'm going to leave the holes there as a visual thing. I'm going to just clip through them into the new cross piece. Easy to align by placing the junctions between two floor holes. Yeah, these I figured out. I just put them on a flat surface and nudge them, and if you need them vertical, you just put them up against a wall like that, and then you can nudge them into place from that way. Much more accurate than trying to snap it on here in a non-specific place, because pipes are very finicky about where they snap. So this is kind of the modified blueprint, but obviously we need to tidy up this walkway. Otherwise people will be walking off to their doom. So that will now... Actually, that's probably wanted to be the same. But we can do... Oh, this is going to overlap. Actually, no, this is okay. Because if we reverse them, it's going to snap at the other end. Oh, that's doing my brain in. Might be better to put the walkway and the crossway in the middle. Because basically this will go over here. There'll be a walk. Actually, I should do half and half, shouldn't I? Okay. So let's see if I can get something together that will work. Actually, no, I don't want a walkway down the middle. I want just a crossway across at a point, and the rest will be walkways. But stairs up is... actually, I'll put it across there, maybe. Yes, yes, YouTube will block you sharing links. So if I put one there, then when it rotates and snaps to a like one, that should connect at this point. So all these need to be changed to have an end. These are changed to these. That will snap onto the reverse of that, because we're going to do them back to back. And then you'll be able to see the pipes going in and out. Those are further back, so that's fine. These two here would be these. Okay, I think that's it. I'm going to take these out. Have I got it right? Yes, we'll find out. Now this is diluted fuel inner, because there's no outer wall to it. The one white makes you think of those science toy sets. I do need to colour these. Like this is just my default factory colour at the moment, so yeah, I do need to add a bit more pizzazz to them. Okay, so delete that again. Let's just delete this. I'm sure we won't miss it. Luckily, we don't have any nuclear power plants depending on our rubber and plastic supply at the moment. Oops. Oh, okay. I'll have a look at it later. I'm kind of in VR at the moment, but I'll check it out later. So now we need the new blueprint. So we should line it up with that one if we can. Oh, but it's in the middle here, so it's going to be different. Put the pipes. Pipes are on that side. Oh, I left a bit of foundation on the end. Whoops. I don't know if that's the equivalent out or if I need to come out another half a slab. I think I need to come out another bit more. Huh. Interesting, that's not really lining up. So what is that center section lined to? Well, it at least needs to go, hang on, 1, 1, 2, 1. Okay, so that does need to come out another meter. Okay, it's still not close. Let's get our globe ruler out. Actually, let's just chuck down a walkway. I'd asked you this in the past. What was the VR headset using? I'm using a Quest 3. Quest 3 using virtual desktop. And it is a solid setup. Okay, that's 12 meters. You can use a Quest 2 fine. Okay, so you're 1 meter back, and that's about crossed over. At least it's close enough. It's still not exact. It's weird. Because this should be an exact pull off the center of the map there. We're talking of factory design, and the accusation was that you're putting machines right next to each other makes it less appealing. Yes, that's why I've left space between them. And that's why I'm not going... I don't like making builds that are just hundreds of refineries crammed in next to each other. It just does not have any... Like, anyone can do that. You can blueprint it and just lay them out, and then that's it. And especially in VR, where things are a bit more immersive, I like... Especially in this playthrough, I'm trying to make things a bit more laid out more realistically, as a factory would. So I've got access walkways, I've got space between the machines. Any constructors that are next to each other have enough room so that their arms don't bash against each other. So that's the position, but it was just further 3 meters from here. Weird. So theoretically we should be able to come around the other side here. Snap. To just like that, rotate. Ah yes, we're going to have to overlap like this. Except we're running into conveyors, is that all? Ah, the grappling hook mod. When I tried the grappling hook mod, it was a bit janky, but it was a really early version. And I was trying to use it in VR, so it might have come a long way. Yeah, DB Maroon, Quest 3 is good if you, it might be an idea to wait for the Steam frame at this stage if you don't have a headset. I'm probably out of materials. No? Ah, yes, this requires packages. Remember that package thing that I was trying to avoid handcrafting? That would be why it's not building. A few thousand of them.
Incoming propaganda broadcast
Hey, there's the
detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay. I'd really like to plug this in and turn it on before the ad break. drifting, you stupid controller. Hang on. The stick drift is getting worse. Okay, so that's... The astute observation of playing the game in VR gives a completely different outlook on the game experience itself, including designs and priorities. It does indeed. But some people like to play top-down Factorio style and they don't care about aesthetics. They just want to get things functionally. And that's a valid play style, it's just not my play style. Okay, this I'm just going to plug in here for now. So these almost clashed, but this should be enough. Yes, I can connect them, thank goodness. This is going to be interesting because this needs to go both directions. And so does that. So these kind of need to join up in the middle as well. So that's probably going to fail horribly, but it's also going to back up horribly. And it doesn't have any power. Tell you what, I'm going to leave it broken. And I'm going to take a short break. I need to have a bit of a bio break and a stretch and a drink as well. So I'll be back after these short interludes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Okay, we're back. And we've just had the realization that we're merging all these new fuel and pipe systems together. And we may exceed the capacity, and like this fuel used to go that way and this fuel used to go that way. And we now need to mix them together, so... Start by connecting some power. Get this one online, at least we can get the plastic back online. We need to sync that. We deleted the sync. If we delete this, we're going to have enough room for a sink back here. We keep moving this poor sink. This one, you know, I'll just run it to the end and back. You'll tidy this up later. I'm sure we'll tidy it up later.
Okay. So this should be working. Appears to be sort of working. Is the copper paint on pipes deliberate? It is. Yes. There are materials under here. Under colors, you can unlock different metallic finishes. I've gone with a copper finish on all the pipes. So traditionally I would color code the pipes to what's inside them as a practical approach. But for this particular playthrough, I've thrown practical out the window and I've gone more with trying to add a bit of style and aesthetics to it. So you get copper. I kind of need a blank blueprint with just the roof, with nothing else, so I can have matching roof lines without the rest. It is a choice. Well, I didn't like any of the other metallic finishes. One can never use copper pipe for anything flammable. Well, it's copper coloured. I suppose I could change it to something else, but it's just... So again, you know, I will probably come back and edit these blueprints yet again and change things yet again at some stage. So if I put that there, it will, and that's a curve, let's put it here. A more realistic playthrough. Realistic as in far as it looks like a building, not necessarily scientifically accurate. I think I've rebuilt more than I've built in the game to begin with, absolutely. I'm not debating that the chemical properties exactly, or the fact that whether this is actual copper or just copper paint. That noted, I will consider changing the color of the pipes. I mean, well, as again, it is just a material. And that's the thing, it's you can have just an unpainted pipe. We just have unpainted. Chrome finish is, oh, it's not too bad. It's not as shiny as I remember it. Maybe I'll go chrome. Caterium is just too gaudy. Oh, there's carbon steel, which is just a bit too... So maybe I'll go chrome or unpainted. Incancel pipes? Incanel. Incanel? Not familiar with that word. I mean, I could just make them like white. No, it is a paint. See, why is that not lined up with... Where the heck did I nudge that other one from? Should be aiming on getting this functional first, and then I can always rebuild them with exact colors and angles and alignments later, because currently this factory is offline, and that's a bit of a crime. And that curve is a bit of a crime. Canal pipes seem to be ones made from a composite resistant to chemical reactions. Silvery in appearance. Okay. So a silvery type finish or chrome or unpainted would actually make more sense. Okay, so now the fuel from both of these is flowing to both sides of the factory. Water coming up from both water sources is both flowing into here. So as long as I haven't exceeded a capacity of 300 per meter, which I don't think I have, this should be fine. And this is only 60 a minute of water. And the fuel, I think, is only 60 a minute as well. So yes, so this should be plenty of piping. I need power. This side doesn't have power yet. And this needs to connect to the outside power. I just saw someone selling off a quest feed for 250. Be very careful with second-hand quest sales. I mean, I'm wary of any second-hand sale. But the thing is, if it's a stolen quest, the original owner can report it as stolen, and therefore you will buy this second-hand quest and it will get pretty much bricked straight away. And Meta will go, tough, you shouldn't have bought stolen goods. So, I mean, I'm not saying don't buy secondhand, just be very careful about who's selling it. And I think I put these outputs of polymer resin in all the wrong directions. No, I'm even going to put this underneath because it's just silly to have that stretching across the factory floor, and it's just a waste product getting in the way. I've always been a fan of hiding logistics under the floor. I mean, I used to hide everything under the floor. Nowadays, I like putting a bit above so you can actually see things moving around and such, but when I first started playing around Update 5, I used to have logistics floors for everything. Would it be an upgrade for your Oculus Rift? It would be an upgrade from your Oculus Rift, absolutely. As I said, I would also suggest the Steam frame, but that's going to be more expensive by quite a bit. But the Steam frame should be awesome for PC VR. and is not going to be meta, which some people, that's a big thing. Okay, so this here, I'm going to put that underneath. I'm just going to put all the polymer resin into the floor. Just sweep it away. This shouldn't have anything coming along here anymore. Theoretically. It's probably going to be the Steam VR. The Steam frame is early next year, or they say, sorry, this year. Welcome to 2026, everyone. Happy New Year. The Steam frame is supposedly out Q1 this year. But given the price of everything skyrocketing, and given the fact that it's valved, so they're not going to subsidize it with advertising and crap, it will probably be a chunk more than a Quest 3. Maybe quite a lot more than a Quest 3. But it's going to be optimized for PC VR. And it's not going to be selling your data to Zuckerberg. Which, you know, is pretty important for some people. It's not going to reach. Not the best curve, but it'll do. It's a seasoned Factorio player. That's a lot of hours in Factoria. More for interesting items than on a belt specifically be more appealing. Fair enough. Feels more honest, and it forces to consider better logistic implementation. Yes, it does. I didn't get into Factorio myself. I like the first-person perspective. I'm not a big fan of the top-down perspective or the art style. Well, I'm really looking forward to Star Rupture. Actually, I've got Star Rupture. I haven't converted to VR yet. Just a play on words, but apparently flew straight over your head. It did. Like the go-to headset, the Meta HME is not going to be the best. Yeah. Yes. All right. Okay. Yeah. I've kind of caught up to the conversation. Yes, the Meta headset will be the Steam frame. Yes. The Meta headset won't be the Meta headset. It's getting late at night here. Let me catch up. Now, I thought I did this right. Where's my polymer resin? What have I missed? Incoming pipes have stuff. Oh, okay, there's some polymer resin coming from the other side. This side is not producing any polymer resin, though. The heavy oil residue is blocked. Probably means the fuel... Where's our bottleneck? Empty canisters. Hey, we're not getting water in. Looks like water. Why is it not getting water? I mean, this is in the middle of a blueprint that worked before. The others working? Where is the water running? There was an option of sharing blueprints with a string in Satisfactory. Yes, but you can just share the file. Masters waiting for water. Water. And I could pull the lever. We did rebuild this tube inside the blueprint. I wonder if it was meant to be a through to the other hole instead of this one. Damn it. Okay, let's get rid of that for a start. Ta-da! Ooh. I think there's a hole there too, damn it. Because I remember these holes were a little painful to do on, and they were kind of somewhat symbolic. That should be... Well, this should be the compounded in Satisfactory since it's 3D set of strings. Yeah, the size of a user Thomas. Yeah, you're right. Blueprints for the Satisfactory. I mean, it's a bunch of coordinates, but it could be potentially huge compared to a Factorio blueprint. Okay, we didn't redo this one, I don't think. I think that one's fine. But there's also a lot more customization per item, like the color and the texture and things like that, so it would be bigger. Either way, you can just share the files easy enough. It's not too hard. Okay, let's try the new version with hopefully fixed pipes. Wasn't exactly planning on faffing about with these blueprints in the middle of the factory, but I guess it is part of the architecture and design. Have to redo that lift at the end there. Thank you, Obadiah, was his name? Can I have my pipe now? Thank you. Okay, let's try this again. And that one over there needs connecting. And then there's all the waste output. Why is that an input? Ah, okay, it's filtering through on the other side. Gotcha, we do need this connected. Don't mind me. No, it was correct. I thought it was the wrong way around, but there's actually a lift going down there that runs across and comes up there. I was expecting that to be an output, but it was actually an input. And this will need to be reconnected here. Here we go. Green lights, yay! We're actually getting fluids through. Fluids are important, kids. That's still different height to that one. Wow. Oh, this is going to be interesting. That was actually just coming down the hole and feeding into there, so actually it's going to be easier. Yeah, I do need to raise that up so it's not clipping into the station. And so it's on the same level as these. Okay, how are we looking for lights and fuel indicators? Green, green, green. Green, yellow, but it's probably still catching up with the new fuel source. Same here, it's still probably catching up with the fuel, although that doesn't look promising. That would explain a lot. Yes, okay, so I did need a merger somewhere along here. I need to have more channels here that are 1 meter deep rather than 2 meters deep, so everything's level. But I will tidy that up later. There we go. Interesting. Ah, true. Because this is this down here is plastic only, because that leads straight into the train, and the train does not have smart splitters on it, which means to deal with naughty excess rubber, this does need to get filtered, and luckily we just put some logistics in underneath to handle that. Yeah, totally. Yep, good point. Yep, I got it. We're totally going to have a smart splitter here to sort it, so the train doesn't get any of the wrong stuff. I'm going to raise that up so it's at the logistics height that everything's going to be at. In fact, I'm just going to redo this whole run, because we do not need this running all the way across the factory floor. I think that was a bit too far. Yep, that was too far. And the curve is kind of nice. A little tight under here. So this is pure plastic only. This is mixed plastic and rubber coming down here. So the mixed plastic and rubber went into split off, so only pure plastic goes in there. And then the overflow needs to merge with what's in here. So we need a smart splitter here for sorting. And it's going to have enough room for a conveyor to go across to that one as an output. So the right hand is plastic. Overflow is the middle. That is not a conveyor belt. Meanwhile, this is off-run of polymer resin, which also needs to be trashed, just like the overrun there does. So let's just merge these together here. Yes, the different heights are triggering me too, but I'm just trying to get it all logically tied up at the moment, and I will come back and clean up the heights so everything is the same. I will bring that up a meter so it's the same as the other side. At the moment, just trying to get it all together again. Okay. Green lights, I like to see green lights. Okay. So I've got a bit of room in a few spaces that are non-rectangular. Still need to figure out kind of what we're doing as an inner wall here. The only one finds the lift to Mark 4 or 5 belts irking. What do you mean by irking? The connection lifts? Mark 3 is my favorite. I mean, because it's cheap, because it's just steel. 4 I think is terribly expensive because I mean the encased beams only stack to 100, whereas the steel beams, the Mark 3, stack to 200. The aluminium sheets for Mark 5 stack to 200 at least, so I tend to use minimal 4s and I use 3s and 5s a lot. Similarly, I don't use 2s because they only stack to 100 and are really slow to make. Why do I have all this resin? Okay, we should be checking our trains to make sure we are not getting any pollution from the wrong sort in it. Okay, we've got some nice big open space here. This is good. So these walkways actually fitted together as planned, which is nice. I do need to do some manual walkways for the extra bits, but that's okay, because I might do like a fabric factory in here, or maybe do some packaged fuel in here, just so I have a bit of packaged fuel. Okay, so I still don't know what I'm doing in the middle here. We've got a lot to do. So we've got some features in the outer wall now at least, so it's not looking like a big slab of concrete. So we have the outer walls looking reasonable. Actually, we haven't rebuilt the rubber side yet. Here I might do just a simple glass slope there to give it at least a little bit of natural light in between the slabs of refineries. So here we're still rocking the old blueprints without the glass windows on it. So let's quickly rebuild those. Nothing about it. Voice typing would be pretty useful for Satisfactory VR for looking up for stuff. It would. Yeah, like if you had a voice assistant that could do the VR keyboard, because the VR keyboard is one of the weak points of doing things in VR. I mean, you can use a physical keyboard still if you could reach over and blindly use it. Actually, that's an inner one. I don't want to copy an inner. This is on the outer, so we need diluted fuel. Why did it turn yellow when it stopped overlapping? Oh, well. I know I'm going to have to redo the pipes anyway. How many times have I done these corner pipes? Actually, those corner pipes I don't need to do because those are the anchors for the corner pipes. I must reconnect the put down the bottom there. Using dimensional depot? I am using the dimensional depot, yes. Why? I unlocked the dimensional depot in my first session before I finished phase 1. Also need to connect the let's run down there, so that should be connected. Actually, before we get too far away, these need to be reprogrammed. So this recycled is set up for recycled plastic because we have 1 of rubber and 2 of plastic. So to convert it into recycled rubber, there's 2 things you need to do. Come in here to the smart splitter, change this input from rubber to plastic, And change this from recycled plastic to recycled rubber. There you go. This blueprint now makes rubber instead of plastic. Okay. Fuel needs an output for its waste. And I think that's it, assuming I've wired up all the pipes correctly. I just wouldn't wait for it all to catch up. Using the keyboard blind is one of the common skills, yes. Yeah, I can just lean forward and use the keyboard. As long as I get my fingers in the right position, I'm not too bad at typing without actually seeing what I'm doing. Okay, so have I got it right? Those lights are not looking very green yet. Have I missed a pipe connection? I probably have missed pipe connections. Yes, I'm not seeing any pipes out the window here. That would do it. Let's do the bottom one first. Okay, green light came on. Oops, so did my HUD because I clicked a button while I was adjusting my wire. Hopefully that was yellow because there's too much fuel in the pipe because it wasn't being used. See, now we just need like a tennis court or something up here, maybe. Or a working slightly annoying. Yes. So I could do some custom factory work here or up the back. There's lots of rooms to put little pockets of extra stuff in here for if we want to make packaged fuel or fabric or maybe some... is there sulfur nearby? There's sulfur over there. It's a long way away though. There is some coal we can get in. Using it then why are industrial beams a problem? Oh, they're not a problem. It's more just a habit from before the depot. But Mark III is also fast enough for most purposes. It's like within this blueprint, nothing goes faster than a Mark III. And I like the look of the Mark III. They're slim and they have little barriers on them, whereas I find the Mark IVs are a lot chunkier and they kind of hide the product so you can't see it as clearly. And then Mark V's are a little bit bigger than Mark IVs, but you know, they're also were the fastest in the game. They're no longer the fastest in the game now. So yeah, I guess part of it is just habit from the Dark Ages when we didn't have the depot. Plus Mark III is also 270, where Mark IV is 480. And so Mark IV is not double Mark III. Mark III is actually the best bang for your buck because you don't get 240, you get 270, and it's cheap because steel is cheap. You also make steel beams a heck of a lot faster than you make the encased beams. So, you know, I can easily churn out steel beams at, you know, 50 a minute, 100 a minute, whereas the encased beams need a lot more infrastructure to churn them out. So this is just a generally more not necessarily expensive, but more difficult product to make to the same quantities. So even though I have a depot and the depot is full of the stuff and I'm never going to run out, so I could just spam Mark IVs everywhere. If I'm putting a blueprint down and I'm putting down tons of blueprints, then I'm going to run out of encased beams faster than I run out of steel beams. Because I have twice as many steel beams in the depot as I do encased beams. So yeah, your average little bit of building doesn't matter, but just lots of little reasons why I prefer Mark 3 is my default. So when I grab a conveyor off here, it defaults to Mark 3. And then if I need a Mark IV, I'll just cycle through to it, or I can then pick from the radial menu here. But even in my other saves where I've got Mark 6, I still have Mark 3 as my default, and then I'll scale up to a Mark 6 if I need it. But that's just my playstyle, how I prefer it. Okay, nearly 11 PM. I think. Why are those yellow? These actually take a while to spin up, and I probably should have preloaded them with more rubber and plastic. Have some plastic. After that, it's not working, but let's just fill that with plastic. Because the recycling fills this one first, so this one will fill up with plastic before the other one. But we got tons of this stuff, so let's just drop it in there. Even flood the rubber output, but that's gonna... Oh, we can do that. Okay, well, we've just rebuilt the factory several times. Was it Theseus's plastic factory? You rebuild every part of it. Is it the same factory? Why they have rails. Did I leave some rails accidentally? No, it's the centerpiece. That's why there's rails there. This was manually built.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Well, the last hour gone past already. Okay. It was revenge for me taking a longer break after dinner. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break while the Twitch ads run, and we'll be back shortly. But we're kind of wrapping up here, I think. It is pretty late. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Hey, we're back. Right, it is very late here. So I think it's time to start cleaning up for the night. Now we'll do a summary of what we've accomplished, which it's not too bad. This was mostly an experimental, let's do some architecture and try and make the place look a bit prettier. So before this we had like floating platforms functional factory, but now we've updated it to, well, there's still bits of holes in the wall and finishing bits that need doing. But it's a little bit more building-like and factory-like. We now have a new foyer area here with a big gaping hole at the top, where products that are created come down and get sorted here. We have a crate full of plastic and a crate full of rubber, and later on we'll probably do packaged fuel and fabric. But there's also a bit more room so that we could expand this to have extra stuff as well. But these are the main two products. But there are also dimensional depots hidden under the floor, so this all goes into the dimensional depot. So we've also wired up the logistics for our train station. Yep, I'll get outside again at the minute and show you all the other stuff. So we have a 4-platform train station, which is complete overkill for the amount of product we're actually making and using. But this is kind of designed so we will expand on this factory vertically to crank up the output, and then we will have a lot of plastic and rubber. So normally I'll do a single 3-car train with plastic and rubber in the one train. But this time I thought I'd max it out. Why is there no rubber in? Oh, that's because that's not powered. It comes in here. Ooh, how did that get in here? This is what I needed to check, because I might not have a smart splitter on this side. No, I don't. I did fix the other side and put a smart splitter in there, but we have some plastic bleeding through. Now, under normal operation, this is fine. But if one of the factories stops or backs up, then it is possible for the plastic and rubber to produce excess of the wrong sort. So before I forget, I'm going to fix that. So basically our output down here, we need to put a smart splitter here so that we make sure only rubber goes to the train. Is that lined up with that? I think it is. Again, we'll probably redo all this later. I've tidied it up a bit. So the right output will be rubber only. And the left, I think, will be overflow. We should merge it with that overflow there. And that will go to our sink. I said nothing for the middle, thank you. And yes, I will raise that up so that it's the same level as everything else. At the moment, I'm just trying to get it functional. Just quickly redo this with a shorter hole. This is the resin scrap from the fuel production, and let's merge that with any non-rubbery stuff that comes from the other place. Okay, so let's make sure we have no plastic down here. no plastic. So the system up here is designed such that plastic is produced, but every single bit of plastic should go into making more recycled rubber. So let's flood this with too much plastic. And we should get a whole pile of plastic coming out the output. We should see some plastic flood through here. And it should not come through here. Pretty sure my logic's right. Unless I just filled up the other ones here that were waiting for plastic. Oh, here comes some plastic. Yay. And it went that way. Hooray! Okay. No more pollution in our rubber train output. Because that could have really clogged up who knows what factory further down the line if that factory was expecting rubber and got random bits of plastic in it. Okay, so we've got plastic and rubber logistics sorting here. We also have an increasing maze of conveyors here that are all going to the sink, which is taking any excess overflow, plus also taking the output resin from the diluted fuel blueprints. We've updated the blueprints with walls and windows on the outside to make it look a bit prettier. We've made an internal inside version of the diluted fuel blueprints so that we can actually merge them together in the middle here. So on the original blueprint that would be a wall. I still might put like a vertical wall here and there with connectors on it to make it look like there's actual proper support in here, because this looks like it's a, well, it is a floating platform at the moment. So we definitely need to tidy this up a bit more with something a bit more solid. It just means cosmetically making sure the pipes look like they're going through properly with proper connectors, like over there. So we made some improvements to turn this into a real factory. We also ran the train lines around the back. And so the train lines now exit here. So the trains will circle in here. They'll pull into the two stations either side, and the trains coming out will come out of this exit here. So that's the plastic and rubber factory. And it's designed so that we can build vertically. So we'll just duplicate this blueprint and put it on top. I've actually got another blueprint which is sort of a foundation to sit on top of it, which I've made, but I haven't put it into action and used it yet. Oh, am I going to make it? Oh, so close. So where did I put it? Plastics floor. Okay, so this will kind of sit on top like this. There's going to be terrible pollution on the top here, but I just really did not want the smokestacks inside. I mean, I could raise it up a bit to put extra room, but then this is going to be massive. So then you can build another floor of refiners on top, making even more plastic and rubber. So that's kind of the plan when I need more later on. Horizontal curved arches. Yes, you mean these arches here? Yep, that's a building part you can unlock in the awesome shop. It lets you do these curved. It's just a single foundation, so you're pretty much restricted to that angle. There are ways of doing curves that are fancier using beams and rotation techniques, but this is just the standard one that's basically provided for you in the awesome shop. So yeah, that's that. So if you haven't been here before, this is my coal power station over here. How have I missed this? How long? They were added a while ago. Those were like before 1.0. I'm pretty sure they were in there. They're not a 1.0 thing. But yeah. So this is the coal center. Now this was my original coal power station. Last stream I went way up north and built a second one because I was running low on power. So their power grid is looking a little bit stable now. Last time it was sort of banging on the orange line there from this nice curve, thanks to the geothermal generators like that one. And we've also got a couple of batteries in here. The batteries are useful just to help kickstart the coal if I ever need to, plus also smooth over the thermal station's thermal generator power. Along here we've got the steelworks factory. So this whole factory here is making encased beams, and it's 10 a minute, maybe 20 a minute. Four beams, 3 assemblers. So we're making 12 encased beams per minute. Meanwhile, over here, we have 2 little constructors here. And these constructors are making 15 beams a minute, so 30 beams a minute total. So 2 constructors, 30 a minute, all of that for 12 a minute of the encased beams. So you can kind of see, and these stack to 200, you can kind of see how, sure, you can make enough of those, but there's a lot more involved to making them. And over here we have stators being made and motors. So I think it was 20 a minute stators and 20 a minute motors. So each blueprint is 10 a minute motors. But we've got the blueprint stacked vertically. The plastics factory is definitely going to be the hugest one in this area. I may even stretch it around here so it circles around the edge rather than just going straight up. Otherwise it's just going to be a behemoth up above. Okay, up there is my basics factory that makes all like the starter wire and plates and rods, and also some Caterium products. Some quick wire and some AI limiters. Basic concrete output. I really should put another depot on there so my concrete fills up faster. Over here we've got the fun park, water fun park for the doggos. Hey guys, you been hunting? Ooh, George is hunting turbo motors. Wow, high level stuff today. Cooling systems, Snowy. Pick this up, can we? Scratch pipes, no. And Timmy has been actually hunting spitters. Good on you, Timmy. So up the top there is a recycling system that I can put plant matter and slugs and things into, and it will automatically turn them into good stuff. So I can just come up to here and chuck any spare animal bits, plant bits in. I should put something here to recycle resin, but then again I don't pick up resin, so resin should stay at the plastics factory. I do not need canisters of packaged water. So this stuff all goes up to the top, gets sorted and filtered, and down here the output comes the recycled goods. Okay, so you wanted to know where that arch came from. In the awesome shop under customizer. No, foundations, be under foundations. So yeah, there's all these different foundation formats here. So there's ramps, stairs were new. Stairs I think were added in 1.0. You got the quarter pipes pack, which includes the inverted quarter pipe, from which you can make archways. So you might look at this and go, it's just a quarter pipe. But yeah, the inverted quarter pipe is under that pack. And then you can have curved bits. So with these, you can make foundation circular pillars and things like that. And some ramp packs. Cool. So I've got a fair bit more architecture to do on this factory. I don't know if I'm going to do that next stream or if I'll start on something else. I might actually start on the rail network next time because that'll be something different. But I'll see, I might potter around with some more architecture during the week. But coming up, we've got heavy modular frames, factories, and we'll have to do circuit boards and computers at some stage as well, because that's sort of the phase stuff we're up to at the moment. And then we'll have to finish off some project parts to finish off the phase objectives, which is... So the first one, the frames, I've already making in a factory. I just need to get a train to deliver them. Engines shouldn't be too hard. The last one is not assembly director systems. It's the one below assembly director systems. That's probably going to be a pretty large factory, although we only need 100 this phase. So maybe I fudge at this phase and then make a big factory next time. But that's going to take a lot of resources for phase 4. Would be good to at least start planning a factory with sort of a modular design so that it can be scaled up later. Okay, so I'm going to end it there tonight. It is 11:15 PM over here on the western coast of Australia. Thank you very much for everyone who's watched. For those on Twitch, I will raid out to someone, so just stand by. Actually, let me save the game before I get too far ahead. Yes, I could reach the physical keyboard. It would probably take me longer to line up and not knock anything over than just to type in a basic name here. Done. Okay. Let me just switch to the outro screen and I will raid out for the Twitch people soon. Thanks very much for watching. And I will stream normally this time each week. Sometimes I will stream on the Saturday as well, which is this time but tomorrow. Sometimes. I don't know if I will tomorrow. I have another pretty busy day tomorrow. So thank you very much and I'll see you in the next stream. I'll just take my headset off and switch to a real browser. And yay, the YouTube stream didn't actually crash tonight. That's an improvement over last week.